1 minute, just getting set up here. Let's see. Make sure all my stuff is turned on. Let's see. Properties. Ads. Okay. Do some musics. Okay, now am I streaming? Let me just... Okay, looks like I am. I'm live, alright. So yeah, if anyone is logged in and checking this out, just let me know how my volume to, music to voice ratio sounds and all that. Check my device settings. Okay, good. Alright, sweet. So, I'm gonna get started here. So I have this series that we're working on. These are the 10 Eternals from Children of Gaia. So far I've done 9. Today I'm doing the 10th. We're working on my Wacom. So this is Azicles. He is the Eternal of Time. It's really old. It's got all the ancientiness going on. Yeah, so these are like the 10 eternal spirits that are manifestations of the great spirit Gaia. So this is Eblanara. She is water. Oh, she's a Rendarian Eternal. This is Ayatzoatel. He is the spirit of, I would say cognizance to sum it up, but it's really like predator-prey specific, like, cleverness, the ability to outsmart predators, the ability to outsmart prey. That's kind of his dominion. So it's more of like an animal-specific function, heterotrophic. This is Tara. She is life, birth, the continuum of life. Which is kind of, I guess in that sense you could think of her as like a fertility goddess. Which is the spirit of life itself, of things that are living. And this is Cernunnos. He's death. He's the end of the old. He's the destroyer of overgrowth. He's kind of, he paves the way for life in a sense. This is Neridia. She is growth. She's represented often by plants. She is body and growth, in so much as they relate to physical form. This is a pretzel. It's a very important part of streaming. So this is Turanara. Turanara is what we would call Earth, except this story doesn't take place on Earth, but it's, that element. It's terra firma. She is rock, she is mountain, she is solidity, she's the ground that all these other elements exist on. This is Zolaria, the opposite. Zolaria is space. She's the cosmos, she's the void. She often, is equated with loftier ideas and things like philosophy and more abstract kind of things, but really she is the void that all these other things take place in. And this is Zarafel. He is wind, he is air, he is shapelessness, formlessness, and yet form building, the way wind shapes plants and trees and mountains. Similar to water, but more vacuous, or like, well, even less weighty than water, obviously. So those are the 9 that we have so far. And today, in this little impromptu stream, we're going to do the 10th one, which will be Akmenos, who is fire. Okay, so my chat is up. Yep. I'm just gonna go and get started. Should give me 1 second. So for anyone that caught previous streams from this series, often what I do is just, you know, try to sketch in the rough ideas, the basics real quick, real loose. And then, you know, I'll be using things like rotate and transform and liquefy to get the shapes more like what I actually want them to be. So you'll see this go through quite a few transformations before I'm really like set with it. If you are watching this and you're not logged into Twitch or don't know how, it's very easy. On the left-hand side, I believe, or at the top bar right, there is a register or login button. And you can, if you do not have a Twitch account, you can register. You can, if you're logged in another tab into Facebook, you can register for Twitch with Facebook. So it'll just use your Facebook username to make you an account. I believe you can then change your name if you want a name that's different than the name you use on Facebook. So yeah, you could just log in with Facebook. It's free. It doesn't, you know, doesn't charge anything. And once you're logged in and viewing me, you can follow me. And if you hover over the follow button, you can click Get Notifications, and that will email you whenever I'm streaming. You know, nothing too invasive, just a little like, Jayel Draco went live on Twitch, in case you happen to not be doing anything and want to hang out. That's cool. And then, yeah. So you can follow me, and if you're logged in, you can also join in the chat. Karma the Goat! You can pick your name before your account is made. I log in with Facebook, but I don't go by Karma the Goat on there. Right, okay, yeah, I knew it was something like that. How are you doing, Karma? I'm trying to make sure that I explain the whole, like, logging in and registering things. I've had a few people already tell me, like, they watched my stream, but they couldn't figure out how to log in, and I was like, oh no, that's, like, it's awful. Like, they should really, you know, make it super simple. And I think they do, but, you know, sometimes it's like, whatever, I'm watching this thing, I don't need to log in, right? That's cool, but then, like, I don't know that they're there unless they tell me in person later. Doing pretty good? Awesome, awesome. Got any cool pieces or things planned? Anything you're working on now? Actually, the last stream that I saw of yours, Karma, was the Puffin one. Nothing fancy on your end? It's cool. Sometimes, you know, you just need to have periods where you roll with it. Rolling with it. That was the last one you did. Okay, cool. Yeah, just making sure I wasn't like, you know, just not getting notifications or something like. It's really weird how, like, when you click the follow button, the default follow doesn't give you notifications. You have to, like, then go back to the follow button and click get notifications. It's like, well, why would I follow someone if I don't want notifications? The one thing I feel like personally for me, the way I would go about it would be to do it the opposite. Like, you follow someone, you get notifications unless you turn notifications off. Like, maybe that person streams every 5 minutes and you just don't really want to get all those, you know, I don't know. I also feel like that about, like, Facebook pages. Like, when you like a page, you still have to, like, go back to the page, hover over the like button, and then click, like, notification settings. It's so weird. Yeah, it has a small little gray box that pops up when you push follow, and then it shows the thingy. Yeah, I think a lot of people just don't, Oh, sorry, I'm getting distracted by Chocobo music. Yeah, I think a lot of people just don't really, like, necessarily read all the things that pop up. You know, a lot of people are just quick to, like, press a button and that's it. But I didn't realize it automatically popped up. I thought you had to, like, go back to it. That might be like a browser specific thing, or like a glitch that I had once or something. Who knows? Rename card, hey dude! Karma says, some people just push the follow and assume it works. Exactly, well, I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Like, I pushed follow, I'm assuming that it's gonna work. I'm gonna be following this person. Yeah, could be a browser thing, that's what I was thinking. So what's going on, Rename Card? What are you up to? Just chilling? One time I had a fellow like turn on and off when I pushed the button. Oh, yeah. Like if you push it and nothing happens, you push it again or something, and then like it happens real fast and gets turned off and you don't even notice it. Yeah, it's weird glitchy things that happen when there's lags. That happens on my phone all the time. Like, all the time. It's really aggravating. Let's see, I gotta give this guy enough room for crazy horns and crazy hair. Let me see. Got to merge my layer down. How is my my voice to music ratio? Is it okay for everybody? Music's not too loud or too low? Sounds good, nice balance, cool, thanks. I'm gonna do this sort of symmetrically here, and then I think whichever side I'm liking the best, I'm gonna mirror the other side. Guess that's what mirroring means. Thank you, Captain Obvious. So far, all of them have horns. I'm wondering if maybe... I don't know, some of them have antler-like appendages, like Iridia, I think. Pretty sure I gave Neridia antlers. Seems pretty good. The music is leveled nice and the voice is just right. Awesome. I feel like I'm finally starting to get the hang of this. Thanks. I appreciate the feedback. Now, if only I could get my drunk bot working. Or Nightbot. I'll take either one. Or both. That would be super cool. I mean, Nightbot, I think I messed up. I think, quite a few people helped me, like, tweak my Nightbot. Actually, Karma, were you one of them? Rename Card says, yeah, it's come a long way since you first started. Cool, thanks, I really appreciate that. It means means a lot to me. So I think, like, yeah, definitely a few people helped me out with my Nightbot, and then I think I ended up accidentally, like, resetting it or something, and now, like, a bunch of those tweaks are just gone. Arma says, Nada, I don't like Nightbot, Raffle. Yeah, I don't really like Nightbot either. I was actually planning to have my Unkbot, like, snipe my Nightbot, like, whenever Nightbot would say anything, have, like, Unkbot, like, automatically respond with something, like, really snarky to say, and just continue to make Nightbot say stupid, annoying things, because that would entertain the heck out of me. I just love to hate on Nightbot. It's, like, so much fun. I feel like there's ways, though, that, like, also, like, when you have someone who's a mod on your stream, if they know, like, how to do bot modding, right? Like, they can just, if they know what they're doing, like, just go in and change your bot for you, right? Like, mods have that ability. I know someone was working on my Nightbot. I can't remember who it was. It really bothered me. Jillian Ivy and someone else. Oh well. Yeah, Unkbot can be given permissions. Nightbot has the same thing, I think. Oh, you summoned Nightbot. Speak of the devil. I'm busy moderating my ass. Freezing. So, as this is fire, he's supposed to be scary, but also kind of beautiful. That's my end goal here. Like, powerful, scary, clearly has the ability to be destructive, but also, like, kind of charming and mesmerizing, because fire, you know? And in this story, Children of Gaia, over the aeons, whoa, not color burn, multiply. Over the aeons, the various Eternals have kind of, like, shifted roles many times. You know, at some points, like, one has gone astray and sort of been the enemy, and at other times, like, another one has been the enemy, or sometimes, like, one will be, like, the Eternal of that aeon that needs to, like, do all the stuff and save all the people. So they kind of like take turns being bad guys and good guys, and you know, it's like pro wrestling, right? Not that I really know anything about pro wrestling, but I know that much. But at the current point in the story, and this is totally a spoiler, but I feel like you guys can handle it. At the current point in the story, Akmenos, the guy that I'm doing now, Fire, he's kind of the bad guy. And it's not that he's the bad guy, it's that his host is sort of the bad guy. And as elemental spirits, they don't actually have, like, direct power. Like, if they want to have an effect in the physical world, they need a mortal host. And his mortal host, for very specific plot-related reasons, ended up kind of going nuts. And so, that would be too much of a spoiler. I'm not going to talk about that. But this guy's mortal host goes nuts, kind of becomes a huge bad guy, and so this spirit is kind of forced into being a bad guy. But I don't want that to really reflect on the visualization of the spirit. The spirit himself is not a bad guy. It's just fire, doing what fire do. Give him Flame Stag's stage music. Flame Stag. Oh, Flame Stag. That was from like Mega Man 0, right? Or Mega Man X3? Mega Man X2? I know Flame Stag, I just can't think of which. It was definitely Mega Man though, right? Like 3 million years ago? When we were kids? Or like teenagers or something? I don't know. I guess it depends on what game that was. Mega Man X2, right? Okay. I don't remember how Flame Stag's music goes. I remember like all of Mega Man X. So I got that when I was like, I don't know, kid, like when it first came out. So I was like much more impressionable at that point, so it really stuck with me. But clearly the right side of this piece is going to be the side that I'm going with. I'm just going to mirror it. I know Photoshop doesn't actually have a mirror button, so I'm going to just select it and copy it and paste it and flip it. Or no, select it and duplicate it and flip it. Save a step. Control J, baby. Name card, I remember there was a way that you showed me that I could switch my brush modes without like having to go up to the menu and select like multiply or whatever. Like it was like, what was it? Shift Alt right click? No. Control Shift right click? No. Control Alt something? Something? I don't remember. Do you remember? It's one thing I feel like with the Wacom, like so much of like the speed and efficiency of it, also very reliant on like remembering all the hotkeys. I've got cold keys, man. What? Managed to change my color. I managed to do anything. Ow. Some structure going on in these here horns. And I'm going to mirror it. I don't want to get too much done because I still want to be able to differentiate the two sides, even if they're going to be like mirrored. Want the structure to be symmetrical, but not like the shading or the actual modeling. Otherwise, it'll just look mirrored. That's not what I'm going for. Organic beings are never purely symmetrical. How much more so might that be true of inorganic beings that are made of energy and are eons old? I guess one might argue that that could be the opposite. Maybe inorganic energy beings are like perfectly symmetrical. But I don't know. In my head, it seems like they would be even more like nuanced. The kind of nuance that comes with age. Though these guys, they can look like anything, like depending on who's looking at them, like whatever society you're from, whatever your culture, like they'll look appropriate for your culture. And they might even, in some cases, go by different names that like fit your language. So like, you know, all these different societies could be talking about the same exact spirits, but just not know that they're talking about the same thing, and they'll think that, oh, our spirits are better than yours, and no, let's fight about it, you know, blah blah blah, but really, like, they're all the same. The same 10 spirits in, like, every single culture. In this story. Although I've heard pretty good argument that that's true on Earth as well. So now it looks kind of pinchy, its face, because I flipped it. So what I'm gonna do is liquefy this. Or I merge that down. Yeah, this'll do. Pinchy. His face is pinchy. No, what? What? Forget that when you go to filter, it always shows the last filter that you used up at the top of the menu with exactly the same settings. So when you do something like liquefy, it like re-liquefies the same liquefy that you did last time, which just makes things incredibly weird looking. It's like all the little changes you did, it just doubles them. Strange. So actually, I don't mind this at all, because then the thing is, like, you know, flopping it like that makes it look all pinchy and weird, so then it kind of forces me to go back in to, like, liquefy it to correct it. But then because I'm liquefying both halves, like, separately, it helps everything come out, again, like, a little less symmetrical, a little more nuanced, you know, like, it breaks up that, like, plastic molded look where everything is the same on both sides. You know, there's a lot of programs that like use mirror effect. You know, like 3D modeling, or even Rename Card, you were telling me, yeah, in the future Photoshop gets symmetry on its brushes like every other program. Right. You know, and that's cool, but then I feel like an important thing for me after that, like after using symmetry, is to desymmetrize it, because I don't want it to actually be symmetrical. I just want it to be like more or less symmetrical, you know, but still kind of organic looking, like it was made by something and not like, you know, I don't know. Makes it, I feel like when things are a little not perfectly symmetrical, it's more legit. Of course, that's just this guy's opinion. Maybe it's, you know, a sentimentality for traditional art also, like, oh, this looks like it was made by a human, that looks like it was made by a machine. Which I'm not saying, like, is how I feel, or that, like, I judge art that is, like, very, you know, perfectly mathematically structured. I don't at all. I think it's cool, like, whatever someone does. But I feel like for my art, personally, I really like having a more hands-on looking result, regardless of whether I'm doing it digitally or traditionally. You know? Hey Rogue, this is not Lord of the Rings music. This currently is, I believe this is either Koji Kondo, The Legend of Zelda 25th Anniversary from Symphony of the Goddess, or no, this is Final Fantasy Distant Worlds. Distant Worlds is a compilation of a few different Final Fantasy soundtracks. Let me check. I hate being wrong. Yeah, this is from Final Fantasy VIII? Yeah, it's the Berry Vitale from Final Fantasy VIII. Death of Liberty. Heard this before? You know, yeah, there's a good chance you might have heard it before on one of my streams, because I love this playlist. It just gets me amped when I'm like working on art. You know, it like doesn't get stuck in my head. It's not distracting. It doesn't have lyrics that I start thinking about. It's just like, you know, energetic kind of epic music, and most of my art is like on, you know, from epic stories or whatever, so I feel like it just kind of works for me. Too flimsy for Lord of the Rings music. Lord of the Rings has harder, solid sound. Huh, interesting. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, so this playlist has, like, now this is actually from Legend of Zelda, a mixed list. It's from Grand Finale, which is the Final Fantasy VII original Final Fantasy VII orchestrated soundtrack, and then it has Distant Worlds, which is a mixture of orchestrations of various Final Fantasy music, and then it has Koji Kondo Legend of Zelda 25th Anniversary, which is all like music from Symphony of the Goddess. That's what this is playing right now. This is epic, but to fairy style fantasy. To fairy fantasy style. Yeah, it's definitely a little more on the adventure, lighthearted side. No, it's video game music. This G. Looks centered. Oh, is his name not centered? How did that happen? Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Okay. This stuff. I think it's cool if its hair is a little, our horns are a little encroaching on his mane. It doesn't bother me. It's cool. Dude, you should do a bot that takes song requests. Yeah, it totally is possible. I have UnkBot. I just don't have it set up. And I'm not really sure how that works. Like, for it to take song requests, would I have to upload music? Or would it take song requests from, like, the internet? Because, like, I also, right now, I'm using all music that doesn't get muted when I have my recordings, or when I put it on Facebook, or YouTube, rather. Like, if you, certain music, like, if you use, like, a pop song or whatever, it's just gonna mute your audio in the recording. And I think, for me, like, having this for posterity's sake afterwards and being able to like rewatch my old streams and learn from them, to me is more important than the music. So I want to make sure that whatever music is playing is like not stuff that's going to get my audio muted. It takes music from YouTube links you add to it. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I can, at some point, I guess, figure out how to add specific music that I choose to my Unkbot, is what you're telling me. And then people can go to that playlist and do song requests? Am I understanding you right? You go to the song request tab, and there you can decide who and what goes on. You can turn on and off song requests, and it would still play your song list. Oh, okay. There's like a queue or something. You can also skip songs and blacklist songs. There's a separate queue for the requests. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that for sure. So far, like a lot of my time in with Twitch lately, anyway, has been very like, you know, I have just enough time for a stream this week, and I keep like wanting to like fix up my Unkbot and like, you know, play with those kinds of things and see what better options I can figure out. But it's just been like really hard these last few weeks. Had a very large website job that I've been working on, and that's been like great. You know, it's awesome that I have a gig right now that I'm working on. But yeah, like I'm like, okay, I have a couple hours tonight. Am I going to spend them, you know, working on my stream or streaming? You know what I mean? Like, to like hard prioritize. But you know, after this like little period of time is done, then I'm definitely gonna jump right on that. But I really appreciate the advice, because now I actually have something to look for when I do have time to like work on my stream. Do you know, Rogue, if someone is a moderator and they know how to do that, like how to tweak Unkbot or whatever, could a moderator like essentially set that up for me? Or is it something I have to do through the actual like Unkbot interface on my computer? This is the music that plays when I wake up in the morning and I go to make coffee and then realize that I'm out of coffee. And I have to walk to the store to get coffee before I've had any coffee. It's a program on my PC. Yeah. Okay. I know like certain things a mod can tweak with, you know, like prompts and whatever in the chat, but I still don't know like which things yet. I'm figuring all that out. I'm like, can you just do it for me? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Wow. Oh no, rename card, you can't drink of the caffeine goodness? I'm so sorry to hear that. I didn't know. Draco, did you take a look at my link? I didn't see a link. When did you send a link? Is it in a whisper or... Wait. Cool. Awesome. Rue, is that something you're working on now? Sobe Elixir Pina Colada. Working on it for a D&D game. Awesome. When I'm all done and ready for like texturing this guy, I'm leaning towards this idea and I'm not sure yet, but I think I'm gonna go to some reference photos that I took of like actual fires from camping. You know the way like the wood when it starts coaling up gets all like crackles and like little like cracks of light in it, you know, like that orange-red glow. I'm not going to be doing any color on this piece, but I think I might try to like put like little cracks in him that are like glowing, you know, like embers. He's one of the more, yeah, he's a little bit of a pump. He's a bit on the foppish side, you could say. If he were to get dressed up, he'd probably be wearing like ruffly flowing clothing. This is pretty. Some of these Eternals are a bit more on the beastly side, where they're like, you know, concern for how you look is lame. You know, like, he's not that. He's like, I'm so beautiful. It would be such a shame if people didn't realize how beautiful I am. I need to show off beauty. It's just so good. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating and kind of being a jerk to him now. Character is the one without the wings, her mother is the one with the wings. Oh, cool. My character is a tiefling, so she has 1/4 demon blood in her, and her mother is a half fiend with half demon blood in her. I will also be working on the grandmother of my character, who is a succubus, 100% demon. Awesome. Very cool. Are you, so you're doing that Wacom, right? Looked digital. Are you doing that as a stream or just like on your own time kind of thing? And posting that on what, Tumblr? Is what that link was to, right? Guess that wasn't really a cohesive question. Or at least not very coherent anyway. Okay. Yes. Are you streaming that? That would be a good question. Tumblr for your whips. All on my Intuos Pro 20 on your streams. Finals on DeviantArt. Cool. Awesome. Like at some point I made this guy look a little too nice. Yeah, not that I want him to look menacing, but just a little more like creepy. Sometimes it's good to be lazy. I feel like for me, it's like I view creativity as something that I need like equal input and output. Kind of like eating and like energy intake versus or calorie intake versus like energy use. Like I try to only eat what I'm spending. I think the same way about like creativity. Like I need to make sure I'm being creative enough, but I also need to make sure that I spend time watching stuff and being inspired by other things and, you know, reading stuff, looking at books, going to forests or whatever it is that is gonna like inspire me, you know. You need to have a balance of like intake and output, you know. At least that works for me. Clearly, not everyone is me. That would be weird. Stream yesterday. I haven't streamed since. Actually, I did stream yesterday. I'm lying. Well, okay. I usually only stream like once or twice a week. Every Tuesday, and then like some random day, I'll just pick time and stream. I happen to have time at that moment or whatever. Watch Critical Role and finish work on your current projects. I'm gonna go so I can get some work done but depending on time, I maybe come back. Okay, cool. I'll probably be on for at least a little while. This isn't gonna be done super quick. Thanks for stopping by. when I'm listening to a song like this, I can like, you know, move my pen like to the speed of the music, and all of a sudden like it just starts going way faster. Like, yay! And the music slows down, and then my art starts slowing down again. Come on, get back to a fast part. But if it was fast the whole time, I'd like tire myself out way too quick. So your name card, you said you can't drink coffee anymore. Have you found anything that's like a good replacement that you can have? But you said you can't have any caffeine at all, right? There's a couple of like non-caffeinated drinks that I've had that actually like, for me, like do a pretty good job of like replacing caffeine. Like one is called Dandy Blend. It's like almost like a coffee kind of drink, but it's made with chicory root and dandelions, and it doesn't have any caffeine in it, but like it still gives you like a little bit of a pick-me-up, like a zest, but it won't like, you know, mess with your stomach or anything like the way coffee does, because it doesn't have that like acidity, and like I said, it doesn't have caffeine. So I figured I'd let you know about that in case you didn't and you're like in the market for finding something to like have, you know. Tea? What kind of tea do you have? Or it's like herbal teas, decaf kind of thing? Or is it not caffeine at all? That's the problem. Still have like caffeinated tea? I can have caffeine, just not the coffee. Oh, okay. Nothing gives you the same energy really, but it's probably more healthy. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, you know, a little bit of coffee probably isn't like bad for the average person that doesn't have, you know, a problem with coffee, obviously. But I think tea is probably better for you, for sure. Lindsay just like up and quit coffee, and I think mostly caffeine altogether a couple months ago. It's like, how are you still alive? What's wrong with you? But she decided to do it and did it. I'm a huge fan of green tea. Yeah, green tea is pretty cool. And green tea actually has a pretty significant amount of caffeine in it. Well, I guess it depends on what, specifically like what green tea, but there's definitely, I've had some green tea that I was like, whoa, I kind of got buzzed from that. It's hard quitting caffeine, yeah. Well, I mean, at least you're still having tea. Imagine having to, like, not have any caffeine. Crazy, right? Karma, are you a caffeine person? Actually, if you're still there, I don't know if you're still there. Just like the taste? Okay, but you're not like super caffeine addict, like the point where your day sucks if you hadn't had caffeine yet. I wish I was not. I don't care if it's coffee, caffeine, etc. Like coffee, anything. Okay. Oh, your name card, you might get there soon, huh? Well, hats off to you, brother. You don't feel the caffeine people talk about? Yeah, I guess like if you have, well, I mean, first of all, some people just don't have that kind of like addiction thing that other people have for whatever reason. Like, you know, people's biological and even like neurological chemical makeup is just different, and some people for whatever reason have like the propensity to becoming mega addicted to whatever it is that they're doing. And some people just don't, and it's like amazing, you know, like some people just don't get addicted to things. Or at least not as badly, not as like quickly and easily and like, you know, die hard. But yeah, it's also a matter of like, you know, if you just happen to get into the habit of having coffee every morning, like right when you wake up, it's gonna be really hard to do without it after a few years of that, you know, like some people just have coffee every now and then, and it's fine. And then if they don't have coffee, it's fine. But like, you know, if you live in a house where like the thing to do is have coffee when you first wake up, it's like, you just get so mega addicted. Especially if you embrace it. I totally embrace it. Now I'm like totally just grumpy if I don't have my coffee. But I think it's also a little like ritualistic, you know, like it's, for me, starting my day, part of the ritual is having my coffee and my time to make and drink my coffee. You know, that's like part of my me time, you know? So I think like part of addiction can also, for a lot of people, be that like, you know, whatever it is, like me time, for example, might be something that you need, and if you only give yourself me time when you're having a coffee or a smoke, you know, like, you're gonna just need to do those things all the time. And that, like, couples with chemical addiction to make it like this fallacious, crazy, you know, demon. You drink coffee every day, but it's mainly for the taste and ease of making it, yeah. Like, it's just, like, convenient, you have it around kind of thing. It's easy to make, yeah. Would you ever, like, go days without it? definitely known plenty of people that thought they weren't addicted to things until they tried to stop. And then they were like, oh, I'm losing my shit. And then again, some people just don't ever get like that, and it's amazing. Yeah, you do go without it around. That's cool. Yeah, I should probably try to do that. But I have a feeling, like, I've also been drinking coffee, like, every day since I was, like, you know, like 10. That was many, 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 many years ago. So, you know. I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling. Forgive me. Like, could be like totally boring you all right now, but I'm just like, I have a topic. I will continue speaking about this topic until someone changes me in a different direction. But I am also like really interested and amazed by like people who just don't get addicted to things. Kind of a little jealous. The instant stuff for the taste in almond milk. Yeah, unsweetened almond milk. Awesome. Yeah, I've been using lately unsweetened coconut milk. And I'm really enjoying it. I still like almond milk. You know, they are different, but definitely like either of them better than regular milk. Like it's not as mucusy feeling as like normal cow milk. You like that stuff too? Yeah. Coconut milk for life. I don't know how they milk coconuts, but I'm really intrigued. Regular milk is too much sugar. Huh, that's interesting. Yeah. I haven't really thought about how much sugar is in regular milk. I wonder if that also like depends on the cow's diet. Like if it's a corn-fed cow or like a grass-fed cow. 'Cause I know like corn has, I think, a lot more sugar than grass. I wonder. I mean, again, this is not something I'm just rambling because I don't know much about that topic. Been mostly on the soy milk. Okay. Yeah, I've been told to like be careful for overdoing it with soy products though, because there's a lot of like, well, first of all, a lot of soy is grown like completely horribly, like, you know, GMO to be super resistant to Roundup and like, you know, other herbicides and even pesticides, so that they can like essentially drench the soy in tons of toxic chemicals without killing the plant. So the thing with that is humans are not GMO, so the plant can survive it, but then we eat it and we're ingesting all the things that the plant has been genetically modified to be able to survive. But we have not been genetically modified to be able to survive those things. So that's where the problem comes in. And also, you know, other concerns like soy is high in estrogenates, which can mess up your biochemistry, and I think it's more of a problem for females generally. But I think it can even, you know, in time mess up dudes. I don't know if that's true with soy milk or if it like is literally like soybeans, like you have to be like eating like soybeans all the time for it to be a problem. I don't know, but and I guess if you're not a vegetarian necessarily and you're not like eating like soy burgers every day, maybe it isn't a problem. Maybe it's just really like a matter of moderation, which probably is good of most things, you know, to practice moderation. Switch to almond again. Yeah, have you ever tried the coconut milk? The coconut milk? pretty groovy. Not like canned coconut milk like that you get for like cooking, but like actual, like, you know, comes in a milk carton. It's a milk replacement made from coconut milk. Get the unsweetened kind, because the sweetened kind is always just like, ugh, too much flavor. It's just weird, you know. Coconut oil is really good for cooking. It has a higher smoke point than olive oil, and like, you know, if you get good like extra virgin coconut olive oil, the oils are actually like supposedly really good for your body's ability to break down fats. Like our own animal fats are, you know, the type of oil that it is. Our own animal fat is like oil soluble, and for whatever reason, coconut oil helps like break it down, so you can like burn off more of the fat from what you're eating if it was cooked with coconut oil. At least that's what I understand. And because it has a higher smoke point, like you can actually cook longer with it before it like starts browning and burning and, you know, messing up your food. You can kind of reach higher temperatures because of that, which can be great for like stir frying. If you want to know about coconut oil, you're in the right place. Also, really good for your skin, and it's really good for your hair. It has natural antifungal properties, and that's because, you know, coconuts, in their actual like, you know, their whatever, I guess you could call it a lifespan, cause right, it's a nut, it's a type of like seed or whatever of coconut trees. And, you know, like they end up like floating across oceans and being like totally waterlogged, and then like landing on a sandy beach and totally like baking in the sun, and then getting like hit by a wave and going back into the ocean and being totally waterlogged again for like weeks before they get where they're going and become a tree eventually, you know, and they have to be able to survive that. So, you know, that's like some pretty harsh conditions. So the plant had to evolve to, you know, have oils that can like sustain that, and part of that is having good like hygroscopic properties, like they retain water really well, like that's why like coconut milk, like actual coconut juice, is really, really good if you're dehydrated, because the type of fibers in it, you absorb them and then they absorb water, so it helps you absorb water better. There's some kind of chemical compound, I forgot what it's called, that like does that. And also, the antifungal properties are there in the coconut oil to prevent the coconut from getting all fungusy, from getting like waterlogged and then drying out, and then getting waterlogged and then drying out. So when you have that like in your hair, for example, like it can help fight off dandruff. You know, and supposedly it's also good for like if you have like intestinal yeast, it can help like break down like what do you call it, candida. You know, it can like help diminish candida because of its antifungal properties. I mean, I don't know, candida's pretty fucking gnarly. Like, you can go pretty nuclear on that stuff and not put a dent in it. But I don't know. Whatever. It's just good things that I've heard about it, that I've read about it. You put unrefined coconut oil in your coffee. Yeah, cool. I know a few people that do that. I think my sister does that. Yeah. I put it in a lot of things. I put it in my, like if I have, you know, like hot cereal, like cream of wheat type stuff, I'll definitely put coconut oil in there. It's great. Your name card is gonna hang out. Thanks for the info. Really good to know. I'll catch you later, man. We gotta chat about things soon. Okay, yeah, man. Just hit me up whenever. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry if I bored you into leaving with all my coconut talk. Good on frozen blueberries. Makes a crackle shell. Oh, because it gets cold and then hardens, right? Because the blueberries are frozen. Cool, that's interesting. So what do you like? Have it at like warmed up so that it's like liquid first and then just like pour it over? You have to try that. Nah, man, I'm gonna have dinner and stuff. Okay, cool, man. Enjoy. One of these days, I'm gonna have dinner and stuff. It's gonna be awesome. Start getting rid of my old pieces of wax paper. I use wax paper on my palms so that my hand can like slide across the tablet better. And like they just start deteriorating when you use them too long, you know, from friction and whatever. I keep reusing them and like just switching around between ones that I'm reusing. Like, oh, this one's not as old as the one that I'm using now. Let me use that one. It's like, dude, they're like completely deteriorating. Just get more wax paper. What's wrong with you, bro? I said to myself out loud, streaming. So, Karma, tell me more about kind of warm room temperature and stir vigorously. Okay, cool. So like, right, so that it gets on them, right? And then the frozen blueberries will, I guess, just harden it. It gets kind of like waxy when it's cold, so I never have thought to like put it on old things, but thinking about it as like a shell, that makes it kind of interesting. So I wonder what it would be like to like put some over some ice cream or something, you know? Actually, I've had coconut ice cream recently too. It was alright, but it was like definitely harder than like normal ice cream. Like actually like hard to get out of the container. Like I had to like with the spoon and like, you know, use both hands and like my body weight onto it. So, but it tasted good, you know, it was alright. I wasn't like, whoa, this is amazing. I was like, okay, I don't hate eating this, that's nice. It's great on ice cream? Cool. Yeah, I'll try that. Makes sense. I could totally see it. It's like kind of my first thought once you said the shell on the blueberries thing. I was like, oh yeah. Kind of like when you put like certain things on ice cream. Like, I don't know what it was or if it was like horrible for you or what, but when I was a kid, I remember this product that was like a chocolate kind of syrup, but when you put it on ice cream, it would like harden like a shell. I mean, I kind of suck at dessert. I'm like not a dessert person so much, so it could be like a totally obvious thing that you're like, yeah, duh, it's this thing that like everyone knows about, and I'll be like, oh. Magic shell, that's totally what it is. Is that still a thing? Yeah, magic shell is something I see all the time. Still don't. Okay, cool. Cause you know I always get freaked out when there's like something that like I used to eat a lot when I was a kid, and then like find out like, you know, a year later it was like taken off the market for some horrible reason. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh god, I've been eating that all the time. Now it's taken off the market. Why? Glad to know it's still a thing. I always look at the ice cream products thinking, what could I do after those? What could I do to alter those to my diet? Yeah. I feel like if like coconut oil, you could just like melt some and like mix some like cocoa powder into it, you know? And then like pour that on your ice cream, if it would make like a kind of like chocolate shell, you know? That would just be cocoa and like coconut oil. I bet that could be good, maybe, if it's not horrible. You can. I made chocolate with it, kind of. I froze it and ate it. It's decent. Cool. I mean, I take it that choosing the word decent as opposed to great is your way of saying that it's not the best thing ever, but it's not, like, awful. Which, you know, sometimes, like, I'll take not awful over something that, like, tastes really good, but I'm gonna, like, regret later, you know? I don't like preparing it. I gotta use hot water bath because the microwave kills the taste and sparks like crazy for no reason. Oh, it sparks. Are you using refined coconut oil? I wonder what would make it I guess there's gotta be some kind of metal in it, right? Wonder what my uptime is. in minutes or so, I might take like a quick, like, I don't know, 5-minute break or something. I'll just leave this stream running, but just step away for a minute and then come back. I should come up with some kind of overlay that I can put on my stream when I'm taking a quick break. Death metal there. Death metal worshiper 666. Cool. Thanks. I'm gonna shorten that just to not have to say that whole mouthful every time. I'm just gonna call you Death. How's that? Awesome? Cool. Thanks, Death. I appreciate it. So actually, this is fire that I'm working on now. The Eternal Fire, and I did Death too long ago. I'll show and tell all of them. Why not? So this is Azicles. He is the Eternal of Time. Eblinara, she's water. Ayatzoatel is predator prey. Predation, I guess. Ishtara is life. Just call me Satan. Okay, Satan. This is Cernunnos. Cernunnos is death. Neridia is growth. Turanara is earth. Zolaria is cosmos. Zarafel is air. And currently I am working... Yeah, that's back to the beginning. Currently I am working on fire. Just getting a good start, really. Got Baphomet? No. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it, Satan. No, I'm actually not doing... I'm only doing ones from a story that I'm working on, and so these are all just like our own personal made-up ones. And in this, there's like specifically these 10 Eternals are like the main ancients. So this one, Akmenos Fire, is going to be the final 10. So, Satan, how's your night going? What? Cool, thanks. Awesome. Actually, I had my window closed, so I have no idea if that was a post or a follow or what, but I know I appreciate it. Where the heck? Here's Unkbot. Where the... I don't even know where my... Going boring? Going, oh, your night. Right, I asked you how your night was. You said going boring. Got it. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully this stream will at least, you know, be a little interesting. For some reason, my friggin' thing is closed. I can't find where my... forget it. Like my OBS is just non-existent right now. Still streaming though, right? Weird. Oh well. Anyway, me, I'm from. Well, originally I was born and raised in New York. Grew up in Long Island. Then, you know, spent a good deal of my adult life living in the city and, you know, different areas like all over Brooklyn and a little bit into like Bronx, and I lived for a little bit in Massachusetts. Right now I live in Missoula, Montana. Montana must be good. Yeah, Montana's... I mean, some things about it I love, some things about it not so much. Depends on the area. The city, Missoula, is really nice, and it's surrounded by gorgeous mountains, so I can't really complain there. Yeah, it's cool. I miss some of the, you know, mix of New York. But that's really about it. I don't miss the noise of the city. I don't miss like how expensive it was. I don't miss how smelly it was. I don't miss looking over my shoulder if I'm out and it's late. I guess I just really only miss like the cultural mix and how much, you know, variety there was. Montana is a good place to get high. Yeah, I guess so. I think, I mean, probably not as good as like Washington or Colorado. That's what you're really looking for. I mean, there it's recreational, so here it's quasi-medical.
Address my queen, Lady Maria. Never shall you have Maria's hand. I would die before that day comes. Then with you.
Satan, are you a streamer? Do you do like any kind of like gaming or creative streams, or are you just come on like check it out, see what's going on with other people that are streaming? Or what's your sitch? Watcher? Cool. Awesome. I play guitar, but I have social anxiety. I can't stream. Yeah, it's it can be really difficult for that. You know, I guess it really depends on like how your brain, like, kind of, your mind, I guess, interprets like the idea of streaming. Like for me, I feel like it's kind of anonymous because I'm not actually seeing you. Whereas if I could like see everyone who was watching my stream, I might have a much harder time with it. Which is weird. It's interesting to think about. But yeah, it's definitely not for everyone. I enjoy it though. It kind of makes me feel like a little pressured to like do my best work and do it quicker, and you know, try to make it like interesting, and you know. Well, Satan, I was actually just saying before you came on that I was thinking of taking a like 4 or 5 minute break real quick just to like stretch and, you know, step outside for a minute, clear my head, clear my eyes. But oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a really fun playlist. It's all like Final Fantasy and Legend of Zelda music, you know, keeps everything like epic, you know, like keep it moving along. Definitely like listening to Legend of Zelda like always keeps me in creative spirits, you know. So let's say I want to print a shirt, but the image has a background. How can I cut the image I wanted no background? Well, you can... It depends on what the background is. There's always a way to, like, separate things from the background. Like, is it a solid color background, or is it, like, a picture of somebody in a background? Like, I mean, like, is it busy background, or what's going on? It really, really depends. It's definitely possible. It just depends on the situation, depends on how you would do it. Actually, that sounds like a pretty big question. Maybe I'll take a break real quick, and we'll talk about that as soon as I get back, if that's cool. Busy background. Sorry for my English. No, it's okay. Wait, what? I didn't see anything wrong with the English. I mean, well, yeah, okay. Definitely, I'm gonna take a quick break before getting into a whole conversation like that. See how this is coming along so far. It's kind of batty. You go for a smoke then? Yep, sounds good. Alright, I'll see you in a few. Back, and I've got pretzels. I brought enough to share, but I just don't know how to do that. Upload some pretzels to my stream. Here, have some pretzels. So, Satan, where are you from? You're from hell? I mean, you obviously don't have to answer that question, I'm just chatting and being curious. Kinda hell, but from Turkey. Okay. So yeah, you wanted to know about photoshopping out a background from an image. Or putting onto a shirt, right? Yep. Do you use Photoshop? Do you know how to do stuff in Photoshop? We don't use Photoshop or something like it, like, you know, there's free versions like similar programs like GIMP and whatever. There's probably actually no. Haha. Okay. In that case, I mean, is it for like a shirt that you want to sell? Like, it might be worth it to like hire someone that does Photoshop to do it for you. I use, but know nothing. Yeah, it's a pretty complicated equipment, software can be. So there's like a lot of ways you can go about it. A, you could try and hire someone to do it for you. B, you could use Google and like look up tutorials for removing backgrounds with whatever version of Photoshop you have. And there's some pretty good tutorials out there that will like, you know, explain all the steps. Then you could try to do it yourself. You know, again, it really depends on the image. It would depend on what like methods you would use. And since I don't know what the image is, it's hard for me to try to explain it. Because again, it can be different depending on what the image is. But let's say it's like a person standing in a background. Like, you could select the person, like with this little lasso tool. You could draw like all around the outline. you know, just pretend I did that for the whole thing. And then if you want to like do your selection in pieces, you can hold down Shift, add to it. See, like whenever I press Shift, there's a little plus sign that appears next to my arrow, my selection tool. So I can hold Shift and just keep going until I have, you know, everything that I want selected. But that'll give you like hard edges, right? You tried a couple times. It's hard, yeah. Oh yeah, the tutorials, but the cutting part is hard. So yeah, it's also harder if you're using a mouse. I actually just started using a Wacom tab. That's what I'm using now, and I actually one of my friends who was on the stream earlier, he got a new Wacom tab, so he gave me his old one, and that's been making my life a lot easier. Because then it's like just kind of drawing like with a pen, you know? Certain things, if the background is like pretty solid, you can use the magic wand tool to just select the entire background. But in the newer versions of Photoshop, they actually have like smart tools that like kind of auto detect edges. I don't even know how that works. The actual programming of that is totally beyond me, but it's pretty cool. It's a cool tool. I'll show you that in a second. I just want to finish selecting this because it's actually something I have to do on this piece anyway. Let's clean up my background, make a little shield so that my effects only focus on the face. Which tool is this? Oh, so this is this little lasso tool over here in the corner. And I'm using a Wacom tablet. I'll show you that in a second. So, this is my tablet, my little pen, and I'm using the lasso tool. And you can do it with a mouse too. Like I said, I was using a mouse for for many years before I finally got this Wacom tablet from my friend. And it's definitely the kind of thing that like takes a lot of practice to get fast at. But I mean, you don't have to be fast. Like, just take your time with it, you know. And with this lasso tool, again, if you hold down the Shift key, you get a little plus sign, and that means you can add to your selection. And let's say you accidentally selected something you didn't want, you can hold down the Alt key on the keyboard, and then you can subtract from your selection. So you can add or subtract as you go. Super helpful. And then when I'm done with this, I'll show you there's also a way to like soften the edges of a selection so it doesn't come out looking so sharp and hard. Like, that could be kind of weird sometimes if you don't want that. But I'll show you that in a second. Just gotta finish selecting this whole character. I personally feel like it's a lot easier to do these selections in little pieces rather than like trying to do the whole thing in one go. Like, I already have spots on this that I gotta fix up. I'll try to, like, keep explaining what I'm doing as I go, but feel free to ask any questions. If no one's asking me questions in my chat, I'll just start rambling. Like, I'll just come up with things to say, and then sometimes I just start not making sense, and then I feel silly. So, for sure, it's totally cool. Feel free to ask questions, and it actually helps me by giving me something to talk about. Alright, so I think I've got this whole character selected. So now, when you're still on the selection tool, this little lasso tool over here, or any selection tool, there's also the magic wand tool or the box tool, but this little button at the top, select and mask, comes up. So you can actually see what your selection looks like. All this darkened out area is what's not selected. I just want to make this selection a little feathered so that it's got a soft edge. So I'm bringing my feather up to like, let's say like 3 pixels. And I'm going to shift my edge outward. And bring up the radius because that affects how much of an area around your selection those settings affect. So you can see it kind of like softened the edge here. See, yeah, so you can see this edge is now like softer. So that's what my selection actually looks like now. So I hit OK. And what I want to do. So what you could do once you have what you want selected and your selection is the way you want, you can hit Control, and while you're holding down Control, hit J, and that'll copy what you have selected into a new layer. So now there's no background on that, which isn't what I want to do for this, but it sounds like that's probably what you want to do. I'm gonna hit Control, and while holding down Control, I'm gonna hit Shift, and then I, and that's for inverse, so it inverted my selection. So now I'm selected on everything outside of my character. I'm going to, on a new layer, use the paint bucket tool to fill in that stuff outside my selection. So what that did, it just kind of gave me a little bit of a outer shield, which is a little too much. It's not exactly what I'm going for this. I'm gonna go back to my mask. Expand that out even further. Shift my edges out all the way. Photoshop is really cool. There's like no shortage of things that you can do in Photoshop. I love it. Let's see. You know, from what I understand, like, the other competitor programs are mostly similar. Like, they do most of the same things as Photoshop, like GIMP and other stuff like that. It's just set up differently and looks differently, so it might be harder to, like, you learned on one, then you have to, like, kind of relearn all the stuff that you want to do, like, is slightly different, so... So yeah, the last thing I really heard about Turkey was that there was like basically a government coup, like the military, right? It was like overthrowing a corrupt government, and sounded from the people that I talked to who knew more about it than me, like, while that's definitely a scary thing, a lot of people were happy about that because the way that things were being run was like so bad that a military coup is actually like better. But then I haven't heard much about it since. And I don't know, maybe that's like not good conversation, like maybe that's something you don't want to talk about, but I was just curious if that's like, if that ended up happening, and if so, is it like a good thing? Like, is it terrible? Like, I don't know. Or maybe it's like something you don't want to talk about. I mean, that makes total sense, and that's fair if you don't want to talk about it. I was just curious. Yes, there was for one night. For one night, wow. So, like, after that one night, did the military, like, relinquish their power, or, like, what happened? I live now in Ankara. I mean, you'll have to forgive me. I don't watch the news a lot. I spend most of my time with my artwork because watching the news can make me very depressed. So I probably don't know nearly as much as I should about these things. They bombed government buildings here. Oh wow. Were like civilians mostly safe during that time, or was it like, did it spill over into the streets? Like, that sounds pretty scary. I mean, again, even if it's a good thing, it still sounds like a scary thing. Oh, it was set up, the government made the coup? Oh man. So it was like basically just an exchange of hats. Wait, it was like not really a legit coup? Is that what you mean? Because Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his party, the AKP, want their kingdom forever. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, my little brother, one of his best friends, is from Turkey, so he was telling him quite a bit about it, and then my brother was telling me quite a bit about it, so it's like, you know, secondhand information, and I'm sure some of the details got lost. and vote them forever. Yeah. And that's probably why the government should not be allowed to vote. People generally vote for their own interest, right? Country's going to big shit, but I don't understand anymore. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, 40% anti-government people. Sounds like a high number, right? But like, it's the people in the government that aren't anti-government, and that's like the problem, right? Yeah, narrow-minded, scared, maybe some of them are benefiting from the way things are. You know, there's always people who don't want change because they're part of the problem. And then, right, there's like people who are afraid to think for themselves because then they have to be responsible for what they thought. And I think a lot of people are just like afraid of responsibility, so they'd rather just listen to what they're told. You know, it's like easier. Exactly, yeah. I'm wondering what's going to happen in this country pretty soon with how many... Well, I don't want to talk politics on my own stream too much. I'm definitely afraid of the outcome of this election. So unfortunately... Seems like our best option didn't even make it to be a candidate. A lot of people are going to not vote for the best option of what's left. That scares me. Is Trump going to be president? Not. I'm afraid a lot of narrow-minded people who he speaks to their fears, and I don't know. I'm worried if Trump becomes president, it might not even be a presidency much longer after that. He scares the hell out of me. When does the election end? Question, actually. This thing has been so drawn out for so long, I feel like. Okay, so the US presidential election is Tuesday, November 8th, 2016, but I don't know when it's announced, like, who's decided. I know, yeah, it's being held November 8th, but I don't know. I guess it's just like after that, whenever everything is tallied, they'll let us know, but. I guess it'll be soon. Find out soon enough. As far as I could tell, at this point it's all a bunch of corporate interests anyway. Yeah, Trump is a racist psycho, that is for sure. Hillary's politics, like, definitely way more qualified and way less insane than Trump. No question about that. Unfortunately, it seems like she has a lot of corporate backing. So a lot of, like, big problems in the world and, like, environmental problems that, like, we were really hoping Bernie was gonna help fight against. Hillary is going to make tons of money off of instead. So, still better than Trump, but honestly, it's like, oh yeah, we get to choose between these two horrible candidates. Even though there was an amazing candidate who, like, had plenty of support, but, you know, all the other, like, party officials and all the corporations were like, no, there's no way. There's no way that we can have this hippie in office, and they just locked him at every turn. The media was like covering up how much support he was getting. It was really bad, you know? It's really upsetting because, like, if it was an actual fair election, I'm pretty sure, like, Bernie would be the candidate and Bernie would probably get the presidency and Bernie would probably do a lot of good, not just for this country, but for, you know, this country affects a lot of the world in terms of, you know, like, our corporate practices, you know, how it affects things environmentally, and, you know, how it affects, like, other economies that we're related to, you know, like, would have done a lot of good, but there's just no way the corporations were having it. And the corporations really seem to love Hillary. almost sometimes feel like Trump is just a joke to get Hillary in office because the corporate power structure is like banking on her. But I don't know. What do I know? Again, I don't really like politics too much, so I just have my opinions, and I get sometimes a little too heated up about them, and I'll admit that I am, of course, misinformed, because we're all misinformed, because, well, because media is a source of information that is paid for. Like, no way to not be misinformed in this world, you know? Knowing that is scary, because you still have to have opinions, you know? Even though you know that your opinions are misinformed. No, there's Trump supporters all over, you know? And the thing is, a lot of them are like, you know, just people that are having a hard time financially and feel like he's gonna help, and, you know, I think a lot of people even think the fact that he's racist means he won't do as much outsourcing, which, honestly, he'll probably do more because of it. I don't know. And I've heard a lot of Trump supporters say that they don't believe he's racist and that that's just a liberal lie, but, like, that's absurd. I mean, listen to the way he talks. He's clearly racist. Like, there's no way around it. But then again, I know a lot of racist people who think that they're not racist because they don't really know what racism means. No, I wish it was, if it was only Southerns, like, maybe it wouldn't be, like, maybe it would, you know, balance out, but it's a lot of people. Anyway, I don't really want to get into it too much because, you know, there might be, like, someone watching my stream right now who's, whatever, of a different political opinion, and I don't want to, like, start an argument or something, you know? I just want to make art. Try to add some beauty to this world that desperately needs more beauty in it. At least from human hands. Plenty of beauty in the world. For sure, I wish people were responsible for more beauty than they are. Do I think life has meaning? Of course. I think that... No, I don't think life has meaning. I think life can have meaning. I think whether or not you give life meaning is your right as a living creature. I think all living creatures have the right and the capability to give life meaning or not. To find meaning in life or not. You know, often creatures give up on that. And most of the time they don't. Well, not most of the time, but enough of the time they don't. This is all, you know, obviously just my opinion, but I think personally, like, for me, life has endless meaning. But I don't think that my meaning has to be anyone else's. I don't think that there's a meaning. You know, I think personally, I'm very afraid of people that think their thoughts are the truth. You know, people who don't realize that those sorts of things are personal and should be. You know, like when people think, oh, people who don't believe the same thing as me have to be stopped, they have to be changed, they have to be corrected. It's like, well, why? We can all think different things, including thinking that life has no meaning. That's cool too. If that's like your meaning, then cool. Like my thoughts on this? Oh, thanks. I mean, you know, I don't know. I'd also be just as happy to find out that there is a meaning that like life has. That would be cool. Not like against it, but I definitely don't think any one person should be thinking that their meaning is the meaning. You know, that creates bad guys. That creates very, very bad people, and a lot of war, and a lot of murder, and a lot of horrible, horrible, horrible things happen when people think that they are right. And even if there is a meaning, I think, you know, it's gonna be different for every person that feels it, every person that experiences it, every living creature that experiences that meaning is gonna have a different experience because they're a different creature. It's kind of like part of the point in this story that this character is from. These Eternals, these like ancient godlike spirits, they look different. And sometimes even have like different names to like every society, every culture in this world, like sees them differently, you know. And it's so that they're appropriate to whoever is seeing them. Like the way that they might appear to you would look different than the way that they would appear to me, because you and I are different. So naturally, like this ancient spirit, if it wants to talk to me, is gonna look in a way that makes sense to me. If this ancient spirit wants to talk to you, it's gonna look different, you know? And they could look like anything. They could even look like clockwork if they need to. You know, like... on our world, we spend so much time fighting about things that are the same thing, just with different names, you know? Be like, you know, if we're fighting over water, and like, I was fighting you because you were calling it aqua, and I was calling it agua. And you were like, no, it's aqua, and I was like, no, it's agua. And we got a big war about it, when we're both talking about the same dumb thing, you know, like, it's water, everyone needs it, shut up and drink it, you know, like, it doesn't matter what it's called. To me, that's kind of like what meaning is, you know, it's like this thing that like people will fight over. When it's like, well, for every person it has to be different because it's meaning, you know, it's abstract, like, we have to interpret it. So it can only look in a way that makes sense to you. I don't know, now I'm rambling, I hope it's okay. Even though I don't believe life has any meaning. And that's okay, I mean, that's also a meaning. You know, like, there's meaning in that, believing that life has no meaning. That is a meaning, in a sense, you know, like, you still are faced with these questions, like, why then, for, you know, millions of years, like, all of these creatures struggling to live, and struggling to evolve, and struggling to wake up the next morning, struggling to survive the night, you know, all these events, these cataclysmic events that nearly wiped out life on Earth, like, many, many times, right? Like, regularly, pretty much, historically speaking, like on a geological level, you know, and life has just constantly been struggling to overcome these things and to pass it forward. You know, it's not like creatures are struggling to become eternal. Like, none of us have evolved to live for millions of years. We're struggling just to pass life forward, just to, like, have a next generation that also gets to experience life. I mean, that doesn't mean that there has to be a meaning like, oh, life means this. Like, okay, whatever, like, but it does mean that life is at least important enough to suffer for, and to live through, and to plan for, and to find happiness, and to find sadness, and to enjoy crying, and to enjoy laughing, and to enjoy breathing, you know, and to, like, struggle to breathe when you can't, you know, like, I don't know if that's meaning, like, maybe I'm using the word meaning differently. Like, there's also, like, the concept of, like, religious meaning, and I often think that that's just part of the war machine. I think if there is any real meaning, it's much more personal than that, you know, like, it's much more like, why do you wake up? Why do you eat? Why do you breathe? Why do you continue, you know? Must be getting something out of it. I don't know. It's interesting anyway. I mean, again, I definitely am not going to claim to have any answers, but I certainly have a lot of thoughts. I kind of think it's a fun thing to think about, honestly. And I think not knowing makes it more fun. And I think knowing makes you dangerous. People think that they know. They think it's okay to harm people who think differently. Worst of it is when people think that they're helping someone and all they're doing is harming them. Anyway, I just totally rambled. Sorry about that. I hope it was, at least, you know, a little interesting. Like I said, though, I ramble a lot. I'm good at rambling. I love hearing things on this kind of subjects. Yeah, cool. It's fun, you know, and I think it should be fun. I think also a lot of times people don't think it's fun when they believe that they know and they believe that they're right, you know. And I think that's also sad. It's scary. It's like, wow, that's such a big part of who we are, is that question, you know? Such a great thing to just, like, think about, play with, wonder about, you know? But some people just won't let themselves do that. It makes them scared, it makes them uncomfortable, it makes them angry even. I don't get it. This character that I'm illustrating now, he's one of 10 ancient spirits, like I was saying before. And they can't really do anything in the physical world. Like, they need a host, they need a physical person or creature of some kind to, like, let them into their body. And this guy ends up, not through his own choosing, being hosted by a character who really believes that life has no meaning, like in a bad way, like, and he gets trapped in this host who kind of wants to end life, like he wants to end everything. He believes that it's just a painful illusion, a waste, a trap. And so this character, Akmenos, all of his powers are kind of being used by this host who is kind of just, you know, maybe psycho? Not to say that, like, not believing life has meaning is psycho, but this guy in particular, like, takes it in a bad way. You know, like, he goes in a bad direction with it. And so this spirit isn't a bad guy, but he's kind of taken over by a bad guy. And the rest of the spirits have to figure out what to do about it. How to stop him. Yeah, he's a cool spirit. He's fire, so he's like, you know, that force that basically just takes apart the dead and puts them back into the air and the water and the atmosphere. You know, like, it is, dead things don't want to be dead. Like, a piece of wood doesn't want to be a piece of wood. It wants to be grass again. It wants to be trees again. So much so that if you give wood any excuse, any chance, it'll burst into flames. And that fire is literally the energy contained within the wood dispersing so voraciously that anything that gets in its way will also catch fire and disperse. And what that does is it puts all of the nutrients that make that wood back into the atmosphere. The next day it rains, and all that stuff is back in the ground, now being eaten by grass and becoming trees and grass and fungus and all that stuff again. And it's like, that's the idea, is that, like, dead things want to be alive. They want to rejoin the living. You know, look at, like, even gasoline, right? You have all of this organic matter, things that used to be alive, whatever, like, thousands of years of, you know, forests and dinosaurs and, you know, like, just dead things get trapped in one place for long enough. The longer they're there, the more volatile they become, the more explosive they become, because they're just looking for that chance to regain you know, the ability to rejoin the living. That's what like fire is. It's like things have to be released from death to become living again. And fire does it almost instantly. You know, it's like it just takes everything that's lying around dead and just, even so much so that living things that get caught in it will be dispersed and, you know, killed, but then go back up into smoke and ash and become part of the environment again. So it's kind of an interesting, like, spirit. Like, how do I... Like, he's scary. He's also beautiful. Like, he's got a kindness to him, but a cold kindness. Even though he's fire, it's cold. It's, like, ruthless, you know? Yeah, I just love, like... Or they want to rule the world. Yeah, well, everybody wants to rule the world, right? Yeah, no, but you're talking about people that, like, they want power, yeah. Who believe that they're right about whatever their truth is and want to change other people. Yeah, I think a lot of times people don't even believe that the things that they say, they're just using what they say to make an excuse to try and act a certain way. A way that they know is wrong, but if they can hide behind a belief, then they can pretend that it's right, even though they know it's wrong. And I think a lot of people hide behind beliefs, and a lot of people are really mean and use their beliefs to make it okay. And I think a lot of times it's just because people are scared and hurt and feel, you know, inferior, they feel vulnerable. And because they feel vulnerable, they need something to make them feel invulnerable, you know? And I think beliefs can allow people to feel invulnerable. And I'm not suggesting that you should believe nothing. Like, sure, believe things, kind of, if you want, from time to time. But, like, don't necessarily believe that your beliefs are the truth. Just believe that, like, there's some things out there worth thinking about. That's cool. Think about them. You know? Like, you can ponder the universe. You can feel things around you. You can connect to the world without having to think that you're right about it, you know? That's really hard for people to grasp, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah, listen to me, now I sound like I believe I'm right. I have an idea. Not sure how to pull it off, though. I'm gonna do some experimenting here on a different layer, so don't expect whatever I'm doing at this moment to really make sense. It's kind of just experimenting. It'd be good if this creature comes to this world. Don't you think something supernatural has to happen because life is getting boring every day? It has to change. There must be a difference. Yeah. Yeah, I think about that all the time. You know? It's a legitimate thought. It's not exactly what I'm hoping for, but I think I'm getting somewhere. I need to look up something real quick. Try and look up photos from campfires that I've taken. I have a folder for that somewhere on my computer, but I've got so many folders on my computer. Stock and reference folder. Stock and reference. Effects and elements. Effects and elements. I have Jayel's fire folder. Okay. Want to do maybe take something like this. See, copy if I can. Really get this so that it's like sharp little. Hey Rogue, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. I had this song on cue for when you came back. Pretty good entrance song. I mean, really, I did not cue it up. This just came on. But, you know, the fates had it on cue. Sephiroth music. You know it. Being challenged by what I'm trying to accomplish. Not wanting to work. Took me 3 times to defeat him in Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. I've actually never played Crisis Core. I'm not even sure what is different about Crisis Core than the original Final Fantasy VII. Is it like a sequel? Is it just like a revamp? Or what is the deal? Tell me all the things. I'd love to talk more, but I have class in the morning and it's late. I better sleep. See you later. Alright, thanks Satan. Have a great night. We'll talk next time. I know I want to get this effect, but like, I just feel like it won't come across in black and white. Or like grayscale, you know? Ah, it's really frustrating. Crisis Core is a prologue to Cloud's story in Final Fantasy VII. You play as this soldier named Zack, who had been bumped up in rank and trains under a first-class soldier named Jayel. So it's a prequel, basically. Jayel's friends and fellow class first soldiers are Sephiroth in his childhood friend Genesis. Eventually everything goes tits up and Jayel and Genesis go missing. Sephiroth loses his mind after finding out about his creation, and somewhere along the line Zack becomes best friends with Cloud, who is only a third class soldier, the lowest rank. Oh, cool. It's like all the backstory, basically. It's awesome. It's a PlayStation portable game, well worth the play. Cool. I do not have a PSP, but it sounds awesome. I need food, so good night if I do not return. Alright, well, if you do return, I'll probably be on for a little bit. If not, have a good night and enjoy your food. What was that? What happened? I'm a rather. Hello, I'm new to your channel. I'll follow, but I have to go to sleep sadly. Oh, well, thanks so much for stopping by, and thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hopefully next time you're around, I'll get to chatting with you and get to show you more of my stuff. You enjoy and have a good night. I'll watch you next time. Bye. Great. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. like his earrings and his emblem. I have an idea for this. Weird, since my OBS seems to have disappeared, I'm not quite sure how to... get it back so that I can end the stream when I'm done. It's so strange. Where's my OBS hiding? It's a mystery. My OBS has ran away. Anyway, I'm going to finish this piece. Stuff now. Yeah. First. See what I'm doing. Then I'll lighten it up. Is that since this guy is the spirit of fire, earrings are gonna just be all like melty. anyone just coming in or whatever, you know, feel free to let me know if you want to see a zoom out or have any questions or whatever stuff. Otherwise, sometimes I just ramble. And that could be cool, but you know, I feel like an idiot for rambling. Whereas if I'm rambling about something, then I feel informative.
chained by a beast locked in slumber. Sin washed away by the swift flow of time. I may know the answers. Journeys over snow and sand. What twist of fate has brought us to tread upon this land? Blessed by light and the burden of shadows, souls abide to an endless desire. I may know the answers. Though one question I still hear, what twist of fate has brought us to roads that run so near? Distant worlds together, miracles from realms beyond. The limelight burns inside me to sing to you this song, to sing with you this song, to sing to you your
Okay. Well, think I'm done. Okay, I can't find my OBS, so I can't disconnect my stream. I'm just gonna have to stream for the rest of the night. Ah! Hmm. Whoa. Maybe if I log out of Twitch, it will stop my stream. Okay, weird. I can't seem to stop my stream. What the heck? Just like the weirdest thing ever. My OBS is running, but it's not showing up anywhere. Help! I'm stuck streaming!